Imagine falling asleep in your straw-covered Viking hut, only to never wake up. Not from battle, not from a sword, but from the cold creeping in while you dreamed. In the heart of a Scandinavian winter, death came quietly. No cries, no warning, just the slow grip of frost, gnawing hunger, and endless dark that slipped into the soul like sleep itself. Tonight we journey back to those brutal northern winters to understand how so many lives ended, not with violence, but with silence. A story of forgotten hearths, freezing breath, and a world where surviving the night was never guaranteed. If these peaceful reflections help you drift away, take a moment to like the video, subscribe, and gently tap the bell icon. One quiet story at a time will let history carry us into rest. Within the silvery mists of time, where ancient stars still whisper their secrets to those who listen, lies the story of winter's cold embrace and those who dared to face it. The North remembers, as they say, and tonight we journey to the land of ice and shadow, where warriors and farmers, mothers and children once stood against the white silence of winter. The first snow comes like a thief in the night, silent feet upon the thatched roofs of the longhouse. It is Veternator, winter nights, when autumn surrenders to winter's patient siege. You feel it first in your bones, that subtle warning that echoes through your ancestors' memory. The air grows sharp, like the edge of a newly honed knife, cutting through your lungs with each breath. In the settlements along the fjords, where mountains rise like sleeping giants covered in white cloaks, the Norse folk watch the sky with knowing eyes. The sun, once their faithful companion, begins its slow retreat, each day surrendering a little more of its domain to the darkness. By midwinter, in the northernmost settlements, it will abandon them almost entirely, leaving behind only a brief, golden smudge along the horizon, a promise rather than a presence. The Vikings do not fear this change so much as respect it. They have prepared, as their fathers and mothers did before them, and their ancestors before them. The harvest has been gathered, the animals slaughtered or brought inside, the wood stacked high beside the longhouse. But preparation does not guarantee survival. It merely offers the hope of it. You see, winter in the Viking Age was not a season to endure. It was a living thing, a white bear padding softly across the frozen land, sometimes gentle in its touch, other times savage in its hunger. The Norse even had a word for the cruelest winter of all, Fimbulwinter, the great and terrible winter that would precede Ragnarok, the end of all things. Their myths spoke of 3 such winters in succession, with no summer between them, when the sun and moon would be swallowed by wolves, and the world would fall into darkness and cold. Every ordinary winter carried within it the seed of this apocalyptic fear. Would this be the year when spring failed to return, when the stores ran out before the first green shoots appeared, when the sickness that always travelled with the cold would claim too many lives? As the stars emerge in the deepening blue of evening, a father tells his children the tale of Skadi, goddess of winter, and the hunt, who moves through the forest on her skis, bow in hand. She is beautiful and terrible, a reminder that what brings death also brings a certain kind of fierce beauty. The children listen, wide-eyed, not yet understanding that the tale is both entertainment and education, a way to make sense of the merciless season that surrounds their little island of warmth. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The longhouse stands defiant against winter's siege, a wooden vessel sailing through a frozen sea of time. Inside, life continues in a rhythm as old as the land itself. The central hearth burns day and night, a beating heart of flame that keeps death at arm's length. Imagine you are there, crossing the threshold of a Viking longhouse as the winter winds howl outside. The first sensation is warmth. Blessed warmth that embraces you like a mother's arms. Then comes the smell, a complex layering of scents that tells the story of life contained within these wooden walls. The sweet, sour aroma of the smoke from the central hearth, rising to escape through the hole in the roof. The earthy smell of the animals kept at one end of the building, their bodies providing additional warmth during the coldest nights. The tang of drying herbs hanging from the rafters, the yeasty scent of fermenting ale, the sharp smell of unwashed bodies packed close together for warmth and company. As your eyes adjust to the dimness, broken only by the glow of the fire and perhaps a few precious oil lamps, you see that the longhouse is a world unto itself. Here, in this single room, all of life unfolds. Children play with carved wooden toys, small boats or animals fashioned during the long, dark hours. Women spin wool into thread, the spindle whirl turning hypnotically in firelight that casts giant shadows on the walls. Men mend tools, carve bone and antler into useful objects, or work leather into shoes that must last until spring. The smoke from the hearth swirls upward, seeking escape through the roof vent, but much of it lingers, creating a haze that stings the eyes and blackens the lungs over time. This smoke is both protector and silent killer. It preserves the food hanging above, cures the leather, helps keep insects at bay, but it also slowly damages those who breathe it year after year. Listen to the sounds of this winter sanctuary, the crackling of the fire, the soft rhythm of the loom, the murmur of voices sharing stories, the occasional laugh of a child, the gentle snoring of the elderly. Outside, the wind speaks its own language, sometimes a whisper, sometimes a scream. When it falls silent, you might hear the creak and groan of the wooden structure itself, adjusting to the cold like an old man settling his bones. The longhouse is crowded, privacy non-existent. Families sleep on raised platforms along the walls, with perhaps only a curtain separating one from another. The highest-ranking family claims the high seat, opposite the door, furthest from the draught but closest to the smoke. In the largest longhouses there might be 40 people living together through the winter months. Proximity breeds both comfort and conflict, as secrets become impossible and grievances fester in close quarters. At night, as the fire burns lower, the cold creeps back in. Frost forms on the inside walls near the ground. Children and adults, alike bundle under furs and woolen blankets, sometimes sharing body heat with the family dog. Sleep comes with the rhythm of breathing all around you, a reminder that survival depends on the community, on this shared space and shared warmth. Yet even in this refuge, death walks silently. The smoke that preserves food also damages lungs. The close quarters that provide warmth also spread disease. The limited diet that prevents starvation also leads to deficiencies that weaken the body's defenses. By midwinter, coughs echo through the longhouse like ravens calling to one another, and the very young and very old grow pale and weak, but there is beauty here too, in this ancient struggle against the elements. Beauty in the firelight gleaming on a mother's face as she sings a lullaby to her child. Beauty in the hands of the old woman teaching a girl to weave patterns that have passed through generations. beauty in the stories told around the fire, stories of gods and heroes, of tricksters and monsters, stories that have survived 1,000 winters and will survive 1,000 more. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The stores of food diminish with each passing day, like sand through an hourglass, measuring not hours, but survival itself. In the dim light of the longhouse, hands reach for smaller portions. Eyes carefully track the level of grain in barrels, the number of dried fish hanging from the rafters, the remaining stock of precious salt. Winter hunger is different from the hunger of other seasons. It sits in the belly like a cold stone, patient and insistent. It whispers of mortality in a way that summer's brief, sharp hunger never does. For the Vikings, this hunger was a familiar companion, one they prepared for with all the wisdom of generations. Before winter descended, they had worked feverishly to ensure survival. Harvest brought not only gathering, but transformation, turning fleeting abundance into lasting nourishment. Meat was smoked or dried or preserved in sour way. Fish was wind-dried into hard, plank-like stockfish that could last for years if necessary. Fruits were dried, berries preserved with honey. Grains were stored carefully against the dampness that would bring mold and ruin. But nature is fickle, and even the most diligent community might face shortage if summer had been too cool, if raids had disrupted the harvest, if blight had touched the grain, if fishing had been poor. The margin between abundance and starvation was thin as an eggshell and just as easily broken. As midwinter approaches, the meals grow simpler. The porridge is thinner, the bread darker and denser, as precious white flour is saved for special occasions. The luxuries go first: the honey, the dried fruits, the best cuts of meat. What remains is fuel for the body, not pleasure for the palate. Skyr, a thick, yogurt-like dairy product, becomes increasingly important, providing protein and fat when meat grows scarce. Barley porridge, sometimes flavored with dried berries or nuts if available, forms the backbone of the winter diet. For those near the sea, shellfish might provide crucial nourishment in the leanest times, harvested at low tide, even in the bitter cold. Inland hunting continues through winter, though game grows scarce and lean. A successful hunt brings not only food but celebration. Fresh meat, a rare joy in the depths of winter. The wisest leaders ensure fair distribution, knowing that survival depends on maintaining the strength of the community as a whole. Yet even in the most equitable villages, some fare better than others. The jarls and wealthy landowners have deeper stores, more variety, greater security. The thralls, slaves, receive just enough to maintain their usefulness, their hunger a constant, gnawing companion. Children and the elderly suffer first and most severely when food grows scarce, their bodies either still growing or beginning. To fail, need more nourishment than they often receive. In the worst winters, difficult decisions must be made: who eats, who goes hungry, who lives, who dies. These choices leave scars on the soul that no spring can fully heal. There are stories of desperate times when the starving ate moss scraped from rocks, boiled leather, even the pine bark stripped from trees. These tales are told quietly, with averted eyes, for they speak of winters beyond imagining, winters that consumed not just lives but humanity itself. Yet even in hunger's shadow, the Vikings found ways to celebrate. Midwinter feasting, as what would later be called Yule, was a defiance of darkness and scarcity. Precious stores were opened, special foods prepared, ale flowed freely. This wasn't foolish waste, but spiritual necessity. A community reminding itself that abundance would return, that winter's grip would eventually loosen. that life continued even in death's shadow. And so they endured, meal by meal, day by day, marking time by the level of provisions remaining, by the subtle lengthening of daylight after solstice, by the ancient calendar that promised, even in the deepest cold, that spring would come again. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The bite of winter air is a living thing, teeth of ice that sink into exposed flesh without mercy. For the Vikings, clothing was not merely adornment but armor against an enemy more relentless than any human foe. To understand their survival, you must first understand how they dressed for winter's battlefield. Wool was their greatest ally. The sheep of the north produced fleece with remarkable insulating properties, creating a microclimate of warmth even when wet. Unlike the cotton we take for granted today, wool continues to insulate when damp, a crucial quality in a land where snow and sleet were constant companions. Imagine dressing yourself as a Viking would. First, a linen undertunic against the skin, providing a layer of comfort and absorption. Over this, a woolen tunic, often reaching to the knees, thick and substantial. For men, woolen trousers fitted close to the leg. For women, a woolen dress, with an overdress or apron. Then the crucial outer layers, a cloak of heavy wool, sometimes lined with fur if wealth allowed. This cloak could be wrapped and adjusted as needed, pulled up to cover the head during snowfall, or wrapped double against the wind. On the feet, leather shoes, not the flimsy fashion accessories of our time, but sturdy foot coverings made from thick cow or ox hide, often turned inside out during construction, called turn shoes, to hide the seams and improve waterproofing. These would be stuffed with straw or wool for additional insulation and wrapped with leg bindings that extended up the calf, preventing snow from entering and providing another layer of warmth. The hands, so necessary for work yet so vulnerable to cold, were protected by mittens of wool or leather, sometimes lined with fur. These were more practical than gloves for most tasks, keeping the fingers together where they could share warmth. For the head, a woolen cap, often conical in shape, pulled down to cover the ears, with a scarf or hood from the cloak providing additional protection. But even the best clothing had its limits against the Nordic winter. Frostbite was a constant threat, particularly to extremities, fingers, toes, ears, nose. The first sign would be pain, sharp and insistent, followed by numbness, a dangerous deception that might lead the unwary to believe the crisis had passed. Then the skin would turn waxy and pale, later blistering as if burned. In severe cases, the affected flesh would blacken and die, requiring amputation to prevent the spread of gangrene. Historical evidence suggests the Vikings understood some aspects of treating frostbite, primarily the danger of rapid rewarming. Saga accounts mention the gradual warming of frozen limbs, first with snow and then with progressively warmer materials, an approach that modern medicine has validated. They also recognize the importance of keeping the whole body warm, not just the affected part, understanding intuitively what we now know about the body's prioritization of core temperature over extremities. Hypothermia posed an even greater threat, the gradual cooling of the body's core that leads first to shivering, then to confusion and poor decision-making, ultimately to unconsciousness and death. A person suffering from advanced hypothermia might paradoxically feel warm and begin removing clothing, hastening their demise. Viking sagas contain accounts of travelers found frozen to death, partially undressed, a phenomenon now recognized as paradoxical undressing in the terminal stages of hypothermia. For travelers caught in winter storms, survival techniques included digging snow caves, which provided insulation from wind and trapped body heat. Archaeological evidence suggests the Vikings also carried fire-starting kits, flint, steel, and tinder carefully protected from moisture, recognizing that fire could mean the difference between life and death. Yet despite their knowledge and preparation, winter claimed victims every year. The very young and very old were most vulnerable, but even the strongest might succumb if caught unprepared by a sudden storm or if forced to travel during the harshest conditions. Skeletons found in Norse burial grounds sometimes show evidence of healed frostbite damage, missing finger bones, shortened toes, silent testimony to winters survived but not escaped unscathed. The cold that preserved their food also preserved their dead during winter months, when the frozen ground made burial impossible. Bodies would be kept in outbuildings until spring thaw allowed proper funeral rites, a practical necessity that added another layer of somber reminder that death walked always at winter's side. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The snow speaks a language all its own if you know how to listen. The Vikings were fluent in this tongue of winter, reading its subtle dialects with a knowledge born of generations. Their survival depended on this intimate understanding of ice and snow, not as adversaries to be conquered, but as complex entities to be respected and navigated. The Old Norse language contained numerous words for snow and ice, each capturing a specific condition or quality that might mean the difference between life and death. Hjarn described snow that had thawed and frozen again, creating a crust that might support weight or break treacherously underfoot. Skafi referred to the snow driven into drifts by wind. Krap indicated slush, half-melted snow mixed with water, particularly dangerous as it could soak through leather footwear and led to frostbite. This vocabulary wasn't linguistic extravagance, but practical knowledge codified in speech, passed from elder to child. Movement through winter landscapes required specialized equipment. Skis, known as ondur or skid in Old Norse, weren't recreational toys but essential transportation tools. Archaeological evidence from Norway and Sweden has unearthed skis, dating back 6,000 years, long before the Viking Age, demonstrating how ancient this technology was. Viking skis were typically made from pine or spruce, with one ski often longer than the other, a gliding ski and a pushing ski. They were covered with animal skins, seal or reindeer, applied so that the fur would provide grip when climbing, but allow smooth movement when gliding forward. For areas where snow was compacted or where ice covered lakes and fjords, the Vikings used skridskår, ice skates crafted from animal bone, typically horse or cow metapodials, flattened on one side and strapped to leather boots. These wouldn't cut into the ice like modern skates, but allowed a sliding motion that significantly increased travel speed. Archaeological finds across Scandinavia confirm their widespread use, particularly in Denmark and coastal Norway, where frozen waterways provided efficient winter transport routes. Snowshoes expanded the range of winter travel, preventing the wearer from sinking into deep snow. Though fewer archaeological examples survive, sagas mention devices that distributed weight and made winter hunting possible even after heavy snowfall. These were likely made from flexible wood, bent into rounded shapes and filled with a webbing of leather thongs. Winter navigation presented unique challenges. Landmarks disappeared under snow, paths vanished, and whiteout conditions could disorient even experienced travelers. The Vikings relied on intimate knowledge of the terrain, mental maps passed through generations, and natural indicators like the prevailing wind direction, often marked by bent trees, to find their way. In coastal areas, they might follow the sound of waves or seabirds, even in low visibility. When the sky was clear, the stars provided guidance, particularly Polaris, the North Star, which the Norse called Ledarstjarna, or guiding star. Weather prediction became a refined art, combining observation with experience and sometimes superstition. They watched bird behavior, noting how low-flying birds often preceded storms. They observed cloud patterns, recognizing the approach of snow or clear weather. They felt the air, sensing changes in humidity that might indicate precipitation. They listened to the sounds of the forest, aware that sound travels differently before weather changes. The most skilled weather readers gained almost mystical status in their communities, their predictions treated with respect, bordering on reverence. The sagas tell of individuals who could smell approaching storms or who felt weather changes in old injuries, what we now understand as the effect of barometric pressure on scar tissue. While some of these abilities may have been exaggerated in the telling, modern research confirms that experienced observers can indeed develop remarkable sensitivity to subtle environmental cues. This accumulated wisdom about winter wasn't simply practical knowledge but connected to their spiritual understanding of the world. Winter wasn't merely a season, but the domain of specific divine and supernatural forces. Skadi, the goddess of winter, hunting and mountains, was both feared and respected. Proper offerings to her and other winter-associated deities were believed to influence the severity of the season. Understanding winter was thus both scientific observation and religious obligation, a holistic approach to survival in which the natural and supernatural were inseparably intertwined. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. As darkness claims the land, it also seeps into the mind. The psychological challenge of the Viking winter was perhaps as formidable as the physical one, a battle fought not with axes and shields, but with stories and songs, rituals and relationships. The Norse understood what modern science has confirmed, that prolonged darkness affects the human spirit in profound ways. In the northernmost Viking settlements, the sun might disappear entirely for weeks during midwinter, a phenomenon we now call polar night. Even in more southern regions, daylight dwindled to a few precious hours, often obscured by storms or heavy cloud cover. This darkness was not merely an absence of light, but seemed a presence unto itself, a heavy, tangible thing that pressed against windows and doors, seeking entry. The Norse personified this darkness in various mythological entities. The wolf skull pursued the sun across the sky, threatening to devour it. The Jötnar, frost giants, brought cold and darkness with their very breath. These weren't simply colourful stories, but psychological tools that gave form to the formless dread of winter's darkness, making it something that could be named, understood, and therefore faced. Within the longhouse, light became precious beyond measure. The central hearth fire burned constantly, tended with meticulous care. Oil lamps, simple vessels filled with fish oil or animal fat with reed or rush wicks, provided additional illumination, but were used sparingly, as fuel was finite and valuable. Even reflected light gained importance. Polished metal surfaces, water basins or snowbanks outside windows might be positioned to maximize available sunlight during the brief daylight hours. What we now recognize as seasonal affective disorder, SAD, depression, triggered by lack of sunlight, was undoubtedly common, though not named as such. The Norse addressed these winter psychological challenges through community and ritual rather than medicine. The winter months became a time of intensified social bonding, storytelling, and craft work, activities that provided purpose and connection during the darkness. The sagas contain numerous references to winter sadness, or winter mood, Vetrathunglindi in later Icelandic, a recognized condition treated through various means. Some approaches were remarkably similar to modern treatments: increased exposure to fire and light, engagement in communal activities, physical exercise when possible, and maintaining consistent sleep patterns guided by the routines of livestock, care rather than the absent sun. Other psychological challenges emerged from the close quarters of winter living. Privacy vanished, tensions couldn't easily be escaped, and conflicts that might dissipate with distance in summer months instead festered in winter's confinement. The sagas frequently mention disputes that began in winter and erupted into violence with spring's arrival, a pattern suggesting the psychological pressure cooker of the winter longhouse. The Vikings developed social mechanisms to address these tensions. The law remained in effect within the longhouse as it did outside, with chieftains or respected elders mediating disputes. Regular gatherings for storytelling provided not only entertainment but emotional release, as the sagas often addressed complex human emotions and ethical dilemmas, offering catharsis and perspective. Music played a crucial role too. Simple instruments like bone flutes, stringed lyres and drums accompanied songs that expressed what might not be spoken directly. Perhaps most importantly, winter intensified the Norse focus on community interdependence. The individual who might survive alone in summer would certainly perish in winter. This reality shaped their psychology profoundly, creating a culture where cooperation was not merely virtuous, but essential for survival. The concept of frith, a state of peace and goodwill within the community, gained heightened importance during winter months, when internal harmony couldn't be sacrificed to personal grievances without endangering all. For those most vulnerable to winter's psychological toll, particularly the elderly, whose physical limitations might prevent active participation in daily tasks, specific social roles emerged. The old became storytellers, knowledge keepers, and advisors, their wisdom more actively sought during winter months when outdoor activities diminished. This provided purpose and status that counteracted the potential depression of reduced physical capability. Despite these adaptive strategies, winter claimed minds as well as bodies. The sagas mention individuals who succumbed to winter madness, sometimes wandering into the snow, never to return. Others turned to excessive alcohol consumption, the strong mead and ale brewed before winter's arrival, seeking artificial warmth and temporary escape from darkness, often with destructive consequences. Yet most endured, finding in winter's challenge not just survival, but deeper meaning. The Norse saw winter not as punishment, but as necessary balance. The inward-turning time that complemented summer's outward expression, the darkness that gave meaning to light, the death that made rebirth possible. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The smallest footprints in the snow tell perhaps the most poignant story of Viking winter survival. For children, winter brought both wonder and peril, their experience shaped by the intersection of their natural resilience and profound vulnerability. Birth during winter months carried particular risk. Archaeological evidence from Viking settlements reveals higher infant mortality during winter and early spring, reflecting the challenges of keeping newborns warm and nourished during the leanest season. Midwives developed techniques specifically for winter births, warming the birthing area with additional fires, heating cloths for immediate wrapping of the newborn, preparing warmed furs and blankets layered in cradles designed to preserve body heat. A winter baby would rarely feel the open air during its first months of life, instead being kept tightly swaddled and close to its mother's body for warmth. Breastfeeding, which provided not only perfect nutrition but transferred the mother's antibodies, became even more crucial during winter months when other food might be scarce and illness more prevalent. The Norse understood the survival value of mother's milk, with laws and customs protecting nursing mothers, ensuring they received adequate nutrition even when food was rationed. For older children, winter brought a shifting landscape of activity. The outdoor play that occupied summer days gave way to indoor games and tasks appropriate to their age and ability. From earliest years, children participated in the work of survival. Even 3-year-olds might card wool, while slightly older, children helped with food preparation, tended the fire, or assisted with animal care for the livestock kept indoors during winter months. But children remain children, even in the harshest conditions. Archaeological finds include toys specifically designed for winter play, small wooden sleds, bone ice skates sized for children, miniature skis. Play served not merely as entertainment, but as crucial preparation for adult skills. A child sliding down snow-covered hills was also learning balance and cold management. A game of Natalika, a ball game played on ice, developed coordination and social cooperation while building cold tolerance. Education intensified during winter months when farming and raiding activities ceased. This was when children absorbed the cultural knowledge that would shape their identities. Mythology, family histories, practical skills, social expectations. Storytelling served as both entertainment and instruction, with children gathering close to the hearth to hear tales that had been passed through generations. Through these stories, they learned not just their history, but their community's values, preparing them for the roles they would eventually assume. Winter was also when many children developed their craft skills, learning to carve bone or wood, to weave, to sew. Activities well suited to the indoor confinement of the season. Archaeological evidence shows practice pieces and child-sized tools, indicating systematic training in these essential skills. Children produced useful items from an early age: simple bone needles, basic wooden utensils, woolen thread, contributing to the household economy while developing capabilities that would ensure their future survival. The cold months brought particular dangers for children. Their smaller bodies lost heat more rapidly than adults, making them especially vulnerable to hypothermia. Their natural curiosity sometimes led them beyond safe boundaries, out onto thin ice or into sudden weather changes. Archaeological evidence tells heartbreaking stories of children lost in winter storms, their remains found only with spring's thaw, sometimes only a short distance from home, disoriented by whiteout conditions. Illness struck children hardest during winter confinement. Respiratory infections spread rapidly in the smoke-filled close quarters of the longhouse. Nutritional deficiencies, particularly lack of vitamin C during late winter, when preserved foods had lost much of their nutritional value, left children vulnerable to disease. The sagas mention winter cough and child fever, likely references to conditions like pneumonia, influenza, and other infectious diseases that could sweep through communities. Yet children also brought irreplaceable light to the dark season. Their laughter, their games, their simple joy in sledding down a snowy hill or catching snowflakes on mittened hands reminded their elders that winter, like childhood itself, was a passing season. Their presence embodied the promise of continuation, of future springs beyond the current winter. The Norse recognized this symbolically as well as practically. In their mythology, only 2 humans survive Ragnarök, the end of the world that begins, with Fimbulwinter, and they are Lif and Lifthrasir, whose names mean life and eager for life. It is significant that these survivors are described as having the morning dews for food, suggesting the fresh beginning that follows even the most terrible winter. In this way, children represented not just the community's vulnerable treasure, but its ultimate hope, the assurance that life would continue beyond the darkness. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. The winter within the body. The human body becomes a battleground in winter, fighting not only against external cold, but against invisible enemies that multiply in the close confines of survival. Disease end. Viking winter was not merely a matter of individual misfortune, but a community threat, potentially more devastating than any raid or storm. The longhouse environment, while protective against the elements, created ideal conditions for disease transmission. Dozens of people living in close proximity, sharing air, food, and water provided perfect pathways for contagion. The smoke that preserved food and provided warmth also irritated lungs, making respiratory infections more likely and more severe. Limited bathing opportunities, as water sources froze, and the logistics of heating water became more challenging, meant hygiene standards declined, further increasing disease risk. Archaeological evidence from Viking settlements reveals the toll of winter illness. Skeletal remains show higher rates of respiratory infections during winter months, identifiable through lesions on the ribs and sinus cavities. Analysis of preserved human waste from winter occupation layers shows increased presence of intestinal, parasites, and evidence of diarrheal diseases, particularly dangerous during a season when maintaining hydration was already challenging due to the extra water required to offset moisture lost through respiration in cold air. The most common winter ailments included what we would now recognize as influenza, pneumonia, bronchitis, and various gastrointestinal infections. These ordinary diseases could become extraordinary threats in the context of winter's other challenges. Nutritional stress from limited food variety, compromised immunity from vitamin D deficiency due to reduced sunlight exposure, and the difficulty of maintaining strength while fighting infection in cold conditions. Vikings approached illness through a complex blend of practical medicine, herbal knowledge, and spiritual practices. Their pharmacopoeia was surprisingly sophisticated, utilizing dozens of plants with genuine medicinal properties. Yarrow, Achillea millefolium, found in archaeological contexts and mentioned in Norse texts, contains compounds with anti-inflammatory and antipyretic properties useful for fever reduction. Birch bark, rich in salicylic acid related to modern aspirin, served as a pain reliever. Iceland moss, despite its name actually a lichen, provided both nutrition and medicine, with antibacterial properties particularly effective against respiratory infections. Many of these remedies were prepared in advance of winter, dried and stored alongside food provisions. Herbal knowledge was primarily the domain of women, particularly older women whose lifetime of observation and experience made them the community's healers. This knowledge passed from mother to daughter, aunt to niece, through practical apprenticeship, rather than formal instruction. For wounds and injuries, still common even during the reduced activity of winter, the Norse used honey as an antimicrobial dressing, a practice modern medicine has rediscovered as effective against antibiotic-resistant bacteria. They created poultices from various plants to reduce inflammation and promote healing. They also practiced a form of surgery, including bone setting and possibly trepanation, drilling holes in the skull to relieve pressure, though these more invasive procedures were likely reserved for dire emergencies during winter, when recovery would be more challenging. Beyond physical remedies, the Vikings employed spiritual practices to combat illness. Runic inscriptions found on archaeological artifacts suggest the use of these symbols for healing purposes. Small amulets bearing the rune Uruz, U, associated with strength and health, or algiz, Z, connected to protection, have been found in contexts suggesting their use as medical talismans. Prayers to specific gods, particularly air, a goddess associated with healing, formed part of treatment protocols. Perhaps most interesting was the Norse understanding of what we might now call psychosomatic medicine, the relationship between mental state and physical health. The concept of huga, roughly translated as mind or thought, was believed to influence bodily well-being. Maintaining positive huga through community support, storytelling, and purposeful activity was considered essential to recovery from illness, an approach remarkably aligned with modern understanding of the immune benefits of positive mental states. Despite this knowledge, winter disease claimed lives every year, particularly among the most vulnerable, the very young, the elderly, pregnant women, and those already weakened by injury or previous illness. Evidence from Norse burial sites confirms seasonal mortality patterns, with peaks in late winter and early spring when nutritional reserves reach their lowest point, and the cumulative effects of months of cold, darkness, and confinement had taken their greatest toll. The community responded to this reality with both pragmatism and compassion. Quarantine measures appear in some saga accounts, with the ill sometimes moved to separate buildings to reduce contagion risk. Food resources might be reallocated to provide additional nourishment to the sick, recognizing that recovery required extra energy. Care duties were shared, preventing exhaustion of primary caregivers and distributing exposure risk. Yet there were limits to what could be done with available knowledge and resources. Many illnesses that would be easily treatable today were death sentences in the Viking Age. The psychological burden of this reality, the understanding that a winter cough could progress to a mortal illness, that a child's fever might not break, that an elder's declining strength might not return, added another layer to winter's emotional challenge. In this context, the Norse attitude toward death becomes more comprehensible. Their cosmology offered multiple afterlife possibilities, not just the warrior's Valhalla that has captured popular imagination, but also Helheim, Folkvanga, and other realms suited to different lives and deaths. This wasn't mere superstition, but a psychological framework that provided meaning and dignity even to deaths that came not in glorious battle, but in the quiet struggle against winter's invisible enemies. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. Even as ice locked the land in its crystalline grip, the lifeblood of Viking society, trade, continued to flow, albeit in altered channels. Winter commerce looked vastly different from the seafaring exchanges of summer, yet it remained crucial to survival and social cohesion. The famous Viking ships, those marvels of nautical engineering that carried raiders and traders across vast distances, found different purpose during winter months. Pulled ashore before waterways froze, they underwent maintenance and repair, caulking renewed, wood treated, sails mended, work impossible during the sailing season. But while the ships rested, commerce continued along frozen pathways that summer never knew. Ice transformed waterways from barriers into highways. Fjords and rivers that required boats in summer became smooth roads in winter, traversable by sleds and sledges, by people on skis or bone skates. Archaeological evidence includes specialized winter transport equipment, sleds designed for heavy loads, with metal runners that reduced friction on ice, allowing a single person to move goods that would require several porters on snow-covered land. This winter mobility created distinct trade patterns. Communities that might be isolated by difficult mountain passes in summer found direct connection when snow-filled valleys and smooth terrain. Inland settlements unreachable by ship gained access to coastal markets when frozen waterways provided direct routes. The timing of winter markets, often coinciding with religious festivals around midwinter, created reliable gathering points where communities could exchange not just goods, but information, potential marriage arrangements, and political alliances. What moved along these winter trade routes? Archaeological evidence provides insight into winter-specific commerce. Preserved animal furs, harvested during winter when pelts were thickest and most valuable, traveled from hunting territories to manufacturing centers and external markets. Ice-preserved meat and fish moved between regions with different resource availability. Iron products, particularly blades and tools, were often produced during winter months when agricultural demand ceased. then traded to communities without blacksmithing capacity. But perhaps most valuable in winter trade were information and skills. Travelers brought news from distant settlements, reports of conditions elsewhere, political developments, birth and death announcements. Specialized craftspeople sometimes traveled winter circuits, bringing rare expertise to communities that couldn't sustain such specialization year-round. A skilled woodcarver might spend weeks in one village, then move to another, carrying not just their tools, but designs, techniques, and stories from other communities. This winter mobility wasn't without risk. Travelers faced exposure to bitter cold, disorientation in storms, breaking through thin ice, or becoming stranded when conditions changed rapidly. Archaeological finds occasionally reveal the fate of winter traders who never reached their destination. Bodies preserved in ice or bog still carrying their trade goods, silent testimony to winter's dangers. To mitigate these risks, winter travel followed established protocols. Traders rarely journeyed alone, but in small groups for mutual assistance. They moved between known stopping points, farms or communities, with obligation or economic incentive to provide shelter. They carried emergency supplies, fire-starting materials, extra food, tools for snow shelter construction. They developed navigation techniques specific to winter conditions, reading subtle signs in snow patterns, wind-bent vegetation, and star positions. For communities, winter trade wasn't merely economic, but social necessity, maintaining connections that prevented complete isolation. The arrival of traders brought physical goods but also psychological benefits, new stories, fresh faces, confirmation that the wider world continued despite winter's constraints. The Norse understood this dual value, with sagas frequently mentioning the excitement generated by winter visitors and the importance of proper hospitality toward them. This hospitality wasn't simply generosity but mutual insurance. Each community, knowing that their own travelers depended on similar welcome elsewhere, the laws and social codes governing treatment of travelers took on heightened importance during winter months, when refusing shelter could amount to a death sentence. Even enemies might claim temporary peace under guest rights during winter travel, a pragmatic recognition of survival's priorities. Winter trade also connected the Norse to the wider world beyond Scandinavia. The extensive Viking trade networks reaching to Byzantium, the Middle East, and beyond didn't entirely hibernate during winter. Rather, goods accumulated at ice-free ports or trading centers, particularly in more southern regions, awaiting the spring resumption of long-distance shipping. Winter became the time for sorting, processing, and preparing export goods. Amber collected and polished, furs treated and bundled, walrus ivory carved into luxury items, archaeological evidence from Viking trading centers like Hedeby and Birka reveals specialized winter activities focused on trade preparation. Buildings dedicated to craft production show evidence of winter occupation. Indoor workspaces with hearths, light wells positioned to maximize limited daylight, storage areas for materials awaiting processing. The economic calendar divided production between seasons, with winter allocated to particular stages requiring indoor work or connected to seasonally available materials. This seasonal rhythm of trade created economic resilience. Rather than a complete cessation of commercial activity during winter, Viking communities maintained continuous production and exchange adapted to changing conditions. This flexibility, the ability to redirect economic activity rather than halt it, helped communities survive not just ordinary winters but exceptional ones when summer trading might be disrupted by conflict, poor weather, or political changes in distant markets. Within this winter economy, valuable skills emerged. The ability to navigate ice-covered terrain, to read weather patterns that would affect travel conditions, to preserve trade goods against winter's particular threats of freezing and thawing. These specialized winter knowledge sets became tradable assets themselves, with experienced guides commanding premium payment for leading trading parties through difficult territory. As with so many aspects of Viking life, their approach to winter trade reveals not just survival but adaptation, not merely enduring the season but harnessing its unique properties, transforming potential barriers into opportunities through innovation, social cooperation, and accumulated knowledge passed through generations. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits. In the longest nights, when darkness seemed eternal and cold penetrated to the bone, the Vikings wielded perhaps their most powerful survival tool. Their voices, song and story flowed through the winter months, not merely as entertainment, but as essential nourishment for the spirit, as crucial to survival as food and fire. The winter evening in a Viking longhouse centered around Kvöldvaka, literally evening wake, the time after the day's indoor work, was completed, but before sleep, when the community gathered around the hearth for storytelling, poetry recitation, music, and oral history. This wasn't mere recreation, but a sophisticated cultural practice that served multiple essential functions during winter's confinement. Skalds, professional poets and storytellers, gained particular importance during winter months. Their memories held the community's history, beliefs, and accumulated wisdom, transmitted through complex verse forms that aided recall in an age before widespread literacy. The most skilled skalds could recite epic poems lasting hours, transporting listeners from the confines of the smoky longhouse to the magnificent halls of gods or the legendary deeds of ancestors. The poetic forms these skalds employed were intricate and demanding. Drotkvet, court meter, the most prestigious verse form, required strict adherence to patterns of alliteration, internal rhyme, and specific syllabic structure. Within these rigid constraints, skalds created vivid, emotionally resonant poetry that addressed everything from mythological tales to contemporary events, from praise of leaders to personal grief. This poetry frequently employed kennings, metaphorical compound expressions that transformed ordinary references into poetic puzzles. The sea might become whale road, a sword battle snake, or blood wound dew. These weren't merely artistic flourishes, but cognitive tools that engaged listeners actively, providing intellectual stimulation during the mentally challenging winter confinement. Music accompanied many of these poetic recitations, played on instruments crafted specifically for winter entertainment. Archaeological finds include bone flutes, simple stringed instruments similar to lyres, and various percussion implements. The music itself has largely been lost to time, but literary references suggest haunting melodies that evoked emotional states from melancholy to exuberance, providing emotional release and regulation during the psychological pressures of winter. For children, winter nights brought special stories, not just entertainment, but education in cultural values, practical knowledge, and behavioral expectations. These children's tales often featured animal characters facing winter challenges, teaching through metaphor the skills needed for survival. The clever fox, who prepared adequately for winter, the foolish wolf who failed to plan, the patient bear who conserved energy through hibernation. These characters transmitted survival lessons in memorable form. Women's winter singing traditions held particular importance, especially in contexts of birth and death, the most dangerous transitions that often occurred during winter months. Lullabies served not merely to soothe infants, but to transfer cultural knowledge in the earliest. Language exposure. Archaeological evidence of small bone and wooden toys suggests these were used alongside singing games that developed coordination and language skills simultaneously. Winter singing wasn't merely recreational but often ritualistic, connected to the spiritual calendar. The winter solstice, later incorporated into Yule celebrations, featured specific songs believed to encourage the sun's return. These were performed with ritual precision, the community adding their voices to a cosmic effort to restore balance between darkness and light. The physical act of singing together, synchronizing breath and voice, created physiological benefits now recognized by modern science, reduced stress hormones, enhanced immune function, and strengthened social bonding through the release of oxytocin. Beyond formal performance, work songs accompanied the indoor tasks of winter, spinning wool, carving wood, repairing tools. These rhythmic pieces coordinated group effort, made repetitive tasks more bearable, and transmitted specialized knowledge, embedded in lyrics that might detail optimal technique or material properties. Archaeological evidence includes spindle whorls decorated with symbols that may have corresponded to particular spinning songs, suggesting the integration of visual, tactile, and auditory elements in these working traditions. The sagas themselves, those magnificent prose narratives that preserved Norse history and mythology, were winter creations, refined through countless tellings during the long, dark evenings. Archaeological evidence from Iceland, where literacy arrived earlier than in some Viking territories, includes writing implements associated with winter occupation layers, suggesting the transcription of oral material during this season of enforced indoor activity. Perhaps most poignantly, winter inspired some of the most beautiful Norse poetry addressing the human condition. The anonymous poem Havamal, Sayings of the High One, purportedly the wisdom of Odin himself, contains verses that speak directly to winter's psychological challenges. A fire is needed by one who has entered and is cold about the knees. Food and clothing a man requires who has journeyed on the fells. This acknowledgement of basic needs, warmth, nourishment, proper clothing, alongside philosophical reflections on friendship, wisdom, and mortality, demonstrates the Norse integration of practical survival with deeper meaning-making. Winter wasn't merely endured, but interpreted, incorporated into a worldview that found purpose in challenge and beauty in harshness. Even humor played its vital role in winter survival. The sagas contain numerous examples of winter-specific jokes and tales designed to provoke laughter, a physiological response now known to reduce stress hormones and boost immune function. These ranged from sophisticated wordplay to earthy observations about the absurdities of winter living conditions, creating momentary mental escape from confinement and discomfort. In this way, the cultural technologies of poetry, story, and song became as essential to winter survival as physical technologies like clothing and shelter. They provided cognitive stimulation, emotional regulation, social cohesion, and transmission of practical knowledge, all crucial elements of surviving not just physically, but psychologically intact through the darkest season. Sleep now, the next chapter of history awaits. Winter in the Viking worldview wasn't merely a season but a spiritual condition, a time when the boundaries between worlds grew thin, when the supernatural pressed closest against ordinary reality. Their religious practices and beliefs took on particular forms and intensities during this season of darkness and cold, creating another layer of their winter survival strategy. The Norse cosmology envisioned 9 interconnected worlds, with Midgard, the human realm, situated between extremes of fire and ice. This positioning wasn't merely mythological but experiential, humans living literally between the ice of winter and the fire that kept it at bay. Winter, with its darkness and cold, embodied the ever-present threat of primordial ice reclaiming the world, a threat held at bay through both physical and spiritual efforts. Archaeological evidence from Viking settlements reveals intensified ritual activity during winter months. Sacred spaces show greater use with increased deposits of offerings, food, valuable items, occasionally animal sacrifices, precisely when these resources were most precious. This apparent contradiction reflects the Norse understanding that spiritual investment during the greatest scarcity would yield returns in continued survival. The blot, ritual sacrifices and feasts, took specific forms during winter. The midwinter blot, eventually incorporated into Yule celebrations, represented the most significant ritual of the year in many communities. Archaeological evidence from temple sites and sacred groves shows distinctive winter deposit patterns, with offerings carefully placed according to cosmological principles, some buried in earth, connecting to underworld deities, others elevated on posts or trees, directed toward sky gods. These winter rituals weren't performed out of simple superstition, but as practical spiritual technology, ways of maintaining right relationship with powers that controlled fundamental survival elements. Offerings to Skadi, goddess of winter and hunting, acknowledged her dominion over the season while seeking her favor for hunting expeditions that provided crucial, fresh meat. Prayers to Thor protected against winter storms and the destructive potential of ice. Sacrifices to Freya associated with fertility and growth planted spiritual seeds for spring's return, even as the physical world lay dormant. Archaeological evidence and literary sources suggest winter-specific divination practices, techniques, for gaining insight into the remainder of winter or the prospects for spring. These included methods using ice patterns in sacred vessels, the behavior of animals kept indoors during winter, the shapes formed by molten lead poured into snow, and the patterns of smoke rising from ritual fires. These practices served both spiritual and psychological purposes, providing a sense of agency and foresight during a season otherwise characterized by uncertainty and limitation. Dreams held special significance during winter months, when the shortened days and lengthened nights shifted the balance between conscious and unconscious experience. Norse dream interpretation was sophisticated and nuanced, with different categories of dreams requiring different responses. Some dreams were understood as direct communications from gods or ancestors, others as symbolic messages requiring interpretation, still others as psychological processing without supernatural content. Winter dreams received particular attention, with certain patterns, dreams of ice breaking, of sunrise, or of green plants, understood as prognostic for the coming seasonal transition. The dead were believed to be more active and present during winter. Archaeological evidence from Viking burials shows preparation for this seasonal activity. Grave goods, specifically associated with winter journeying, structural elements in tombs aligned with winter solstice solar positions. Literary sources describe winter as the time when ancestors were most likely to appear to the living, whether as helpful guides or threatening draga, revenants. This belief created both comfort and fear. The comforting sense of continued connection with deceased loved ones balanced against the terror of malevolent supernatural encounters in the winter darkness. Winter intensified the practice of Sedra, a form of shamanic magic primarily, though not exclusively, practiced by women. Archaeological evidence includes ritual staffs, ceremonial clothing, and specialized equipment associated with winter occupation layers at Viking sites. This timing wasn't coincidental, but reflected the understanding that winter, with its liminality between life and death, created optimal conditions for journeying between worlds, divination, and spiritual healing. The Völva, practitioners of Sedra, gained heightened status during winter months, their abilities to communicate with other realms and foresee future conditions becoming crucial community resources. The Norse concept of weird, often translated as fate, but more accurately understood as the accumulated consequences of past actions shaping future possibilities, took on particular significance during winter. The season represented a time for reckoning with weird, for accepting the consequences of summer and autumn choices, for making peace with what could not be changed while strategically influencing what remained flexible. This philosophical approach provided psychological resilience against winter's hardships, the understanding that some suffering resulted from previous choices and thus contained valuable lessons, while other challenges simply represented the turning of cosmic cycles beyond human control. Physical locations associated with spiritual practice show evidence of winter-specific use patterns. Sacred groves, while still visited, show reduced activity compared to stone structures that provided shelter. Hot springs and geothermal areas gain increased ritual significance, their warmth in winter's cold representing divine favor and cosmic balance. Archaeological evidence from these sites includes winter offerings distinct from summer deposits, different types of goods reflecting seasonal availability, but also different spiritual concerns. The winter spiritual practices weren't separate from survival strategies, but integral to them. Proper ritual observance was understood to influence hunting success, weather severity, preservation of food stores, and health outcomes. Modern perspective might separate these as superstitious thinking, but for the Vikings, spiritual and material causality were inseparably interwoven. The psychological benefits of these practices, providing meaning, community cohesion, and sense of agency during difficult conditions, contributed directly to survival regardless of their metaphysical efficacy. Perhaps most importantly, winter spirituality provided narrative coherence to suffering. The cold, hunger, darkness, and loss weren't meaningless miseries, but components of a cosmic pattern that included eventual renewal. The myths told during winter evenings reinforced this understanding, particularly stories of Baldur's death and promised resurrection, of Odin's self-sacrifice for wisdom, and of the world's destruction and rebirth after Ragnarok. These narratives transformed winter's hardships from senseless torments into meaningful passages, not eliminating suffering, but rendering it bearable through purpose. Sleep now, the next chapter of history awaits. The first signs are subtle, so slight that an untrained observer might miss them entirely. But for the Vikings, attuned through generations to winter's rhythms, these whispers of change carried profound significance. The transition from winter's grip toward spring's promise was neither sudden nor certain, but a precarious journey marked by false starts, setbacks, and fragile hope. By late February or early March, depending on latitude, the quality of light begins to change. It's not merely that days lengthen, that has been happening since the winter solstice, but that the sun's angle shifts, creating a different quality of illumination. The Norse tracked these changes meticulously, noting when sunlight first touched particular mountains or landmarks previously in shadow. Archaeological evidence includes stone markers positioned to catch first light at specific seasonal points, not merely midwinter or midsummer, but the subtle gradations between. The snow itself begins to transform. Where winter's heart brought powdery dryness, the approaching spring creates cycles of daytime thawing and nighttime refreezing. The Norse language contained specific terms for these transitional snow conditions. Shan for the crusted surface, created by thaw and refreeze, Skari for spring snow affected by increasing warmth. These weren't merely descriptive terms, but carried practical implications for travel, hunting, and weather prediction. The soundscape of late winter has its own distinctive character. The Norse listened for the first dripping of icicles, the subtle change in how sound travels through warming air, the initial creaks and groans of ice beginning to shift on lakes and fjords. These acoustic signals provided early warning of both opportunity and danger. The coming accessibility of waterways balanced against the hazards of unreliable ice. Bird behavior offered particularly valuable indicators. The return of migratory species was carefully noted, with different birds signaling different stages of winter's retreat. Archaeological evidence includes carved bird images marked with notches or symbols that may have recorded first sightings or unusual patterns. The Norse observed not just presence but behavior. Nesting preparations, courtship displays, feeding patterns, all providing insights into the progression of the seasonal shift. Plants, too, delivered their signals to those who knew how to read them. The swelling of buds on particular trees, the first emergence of specific plants from beneath the snow, the changing color of certain bark. All these subtle signs created a complex calendar of spring's approach. Archaeological evidence includes preserved plant materials suggesting collection of early spring flora for both practical use and ritual significance during this transitional period. The human body itself responds to these changes. The Norse recognized what modern science confirms, that human physiology shifts with increasing light exposure. They noted changes in sleep patterns, energy levels, and emotional states as spring approached. Literary sources mention spring fever, not illness, but a restlessness and surge of energy that could be either harnessed productively or lead to reckless behavior if not properly channeled. This transitional period brought specific hazards alongside its promises. The sagas contain numerous accounts of tragedy during late winter and early spring, travelers falling through weakening ice, floods from sudden thaws, avalanches triggered by changing snow conditions. Archaeological evidence confirms these. Narratives, with skeletal remains showing seasonal patterns of traumatic injury consistent with these specific dangers. The Norse understood that survival required not just enduring winter's depth, but navigating its treacherous withdrawal. Food supplies reached their most precarious point during this transition. The stores laid in during autumn had dwindled through. Winter's consumption, while new growth remained weeks or months away. Archaeological evidence shows distinctive late winter dietary patterns. Increasing reliance on preserved foods of lower quality, more complete utilization of carcasses, consumption of items normally avoided when alternatives existed. Literary sources describe hunger months between winter and spring when communities faced their greatest risk of starvation. The Norse developed specific strategies for this challenging period. They created carefully calibrated rationing systems with food stores measured against predicted time until first harvest. They intensified hunting and fishing efforts, taking advantage of animal movement patterns during seasonal transition. They harvested inner bark from certain trees, particularly pine and birch, which, while not palatable during other seasons, provided crucial emergency nutrition during late winter when processed correctly. Religious practices shifted during this transitional time. Archaeological evidence shows distinctive offering patterns, symbols of renewal placed in sacred spaces, ritual deposits focused on fertility and growth rather than mere survival. Literary sources describe ceremonies specifically designed to hasten spring's arrival, to ensure fertility of fields and livestock, and to give thanks for surviving another winter. These weren't simply expressions of faith, but community psychological tools, creating shared anticipation and investment in the coming season. Perhaps most significantly, the Norse understood this transition as a time requiring particular wisdom. Neither clinging too long to winter's protective strategies, nor embracing spring's opportunities too early. The sagas praise leaders who correctly judged this balance, who knew precisely when to begin boat preparations, when to move livestock to outside pastures, when to adjust food rationing, when to plant. This timing wasn't merely pragmatic, but almost artistic, a sophisticated reading of countless environmental signals integrated with experience and foresight. This wisdom extended to social and psychological dimensions as well. The winter's close confinement had created tensions that required careful release. The sagas mention spring rituals and gatherings specifically designed to re-establish relationships strained by winter proximity, to resolve conflicts that had simmered during confinement, to reaffirm community bonds before the relative separation of summer activities. Archaeological evidence confirms these patterns with assembly sites showing evidence of early spring gatherings before the main thing meetings later in the season. For those who had survived, and survival was never guaranteed, this transitional period brought profound emotional responses. Literary sources describe the complexity of these feelings: relief tinged with grief for those lost, joy in increasing light balanced against anxiety about depleted resources, eagerness for expanded movement tempered by awareness of seasonal dangers. The Norse expressed these emotions through specific transitional poetry and songs, creating cultural containers for experiences too complex for ordinary language. In this way, the transition from winter to spring became not simply a change in external conditions, but a journey through physical challenges, psychological adjustments, social recalibrations, and spiritual interpretations. It represented the fulfillment of winter's implicit promise that darkness would eventually yield to light, that cold would surrender to warmth, that death contained within it the seeds of rebirth. This wasn't merely hopeful thinking, but observable reality, reinforced through generations of experience, a covenant between humans and cosmos made manifest in melting snow and lengthening days. Sleep now. The next chapter of history awaits not. Everyone lived to see the spring. This simple, stark truth shaped Viking society as profoundly as any raid or religious belief. Winter claimed its tithe in human lives each year, and those who survived carried both the memory of those lost and the knowledge that they had endured what others could not. Archaeological evidence tells this story in bones and burial patterns. Viking cemeteries show seasonal mortality patterns, with distinctive clusters of deaths during late winter and early spring. Skeletal analysis reveals the causes: respiratory infections that took hold in smoke-filled longhouses, nutritional deficiencies from months of limited diet, accidents related to winter conditions, and simple exhaustion of bodies pushed to their limits by cold and scarcity. Some deaths left clear physical markers. Healed fractures indicate injuries survived, while unhealed breaks speak of accidents that proved fatal. Lesions on ribs point to respiratory infections. Bone composition changes mark periods of starvation. Teeth tell stories of winter dietary shifts. Microscopic lines indicating growth disruption during seasonal stress. Through these silent witnesses, archaeologists reconstruct the physical challenges that Vikings faced and sometimes failed to overcome. The youngest and oldest proved most vulnerable. Infant remains are disproportionately represented in winter burial contexts, particularly those dating to late winter, when maternal nutrition reached its poorest state, affecting both birth outcomes and breast milk quality. Elderly individuals show similar patterns, their bodies unable to maintain the thermoregulation and immune response needed for winter survival. But no age group was immune. Even the strongest could succumb to infection, injury, or environmental exposure. Literary sources complement this archaeological evidence. The sagas contain numerous accounts of winter deaths, described with the matter-of-fact tone of those accustomed to such losses. These narratives reveal not just physical causes but social responses. The rituals surrounding death, the redistribution of resources following a death, the renegotiation of relationships when key community members were lost. Winter burials presented their own challenges. The frozen ground made grave digging impossible in many cases, requiring alternative approaches. Archaeological evidence indicates several solutions. Bodies kept in outbuildings until spring thaw allowed burial, temporary interment in snow, banks or ice for preservation, cremation when conditions and resources permitted, and in some coastal areas, boat burials that could proceed regardless of ground conditions. These practical necessities shaped spiritual beliefs. The Norse concept of the afterlife included distinct winter aspects. The goddess Hel, who received those who died of illness or old age rather than in battle, was associated with cold and darkness. Yet, this wasn't viewed as punishment but as appropriate transition, reflecting the understanding that different types of death created different spiritual journeys. Archaeological evidence includes grave goods specific to winter burials, items believed useful for navigating the particular challenges of the winter afterlife journey. For survivors, winter deaths created both practical and psychological challenges. The loss of skilled individuals, a healer, a storyteller, a skilled hunter, could threaten community function and knowledge transmission. The emotional impact of witnessing loved ones decline and die, often in close quarters where privacy was impossible, created psychological burdens carried forward into spring and beyond. Archaeological evidence includes memorial markers and ritual deposits, suggesting commemorative practices specifically designed to process grief and honor the winter dead. Yet survival itself brought both privilege and responsibility. Those who lived through winter, particularly through difficult winters that claimed many lives, carried forward the community's knowledge, skills, and memory. They became the vessels of experience that would inform future preparations, the living libraries of winter wisdom that might save others in seasons to come. Archaeological evidence suggests special status for individuals who had survived numerous winters, particularly difficult ones. Grave goods and burial positions indicating community recognition of this achievement. The Norse understood survival not merely as good fortune, but as weird, the complex interweaving of fate, luck, preparation, and inherent qualities that determined outcomes. This perspective created a nuanced view of both death and survival. Those who died weren't simply unlucky, but had met their appointed time through a combination of factors both within and beyond their control. Those who survived hadn't merely been fortunate, but had successfully navigated their weird through skill, knowledge, and appropriate action, alongside whatever luck and inherent strength they possessed. This understanding created cultural expectations around how survivors should conduct themselves. Having been granted continued life, whether through skill, fortune, or divine favor, survivors bore obligation to use that life well. Archaeological evidence includes votive offerings made in spring by winter survivors, thanks given for preservation, pledges made for future action. Literary sources describe individuals making significant life changes following difficult winter survival, taking the experience as a message from the gods or a clarification of personal weird. Perhaps most significantly, winter survival created intergenerational bonds of shared experience. To have faced the same bitter cold, the same gnawing hunger, the same pressing darkness, and emerged alive created connections that transcended ordinary social divisions. Archaeological evidence suggests memorial practices that united communities across status boundaries in recognition of winter's democratic threat and the shared triumph of survival. The psychological impact of surviving what others did not, what modern psychology might term survivor's guilt, appears in literary sources through characters haunted by winter losses, questioning why they lived when others died, seeking meaning in their preservation. These accounts suggest the Norse recognized this emotional response and developed cultural tools for addressing it. Rituals of remembrance, community acknowledgement of grief, and frameworks for understanding differential survival beyond simple luck. Survival itself transformed individuals. Those who endured the harshest winters gained not just practical knowledge but psychological resilience. The deep, embodied understanding that they could withstand extreme privation, darkness, loss, and emerge intact. Archaeological evidence suggests that individuals who survived particularly difficult winters often took on leadership roles, their demonstrated resilience becoming a community resource in future challenges. In the end, each spring brought not just physical renewal, but social reformation, communities shaped by winter's selective pressure, carrying both the absence of those lost and the strengthened presence of those who remained. The survivors bore the shadows of winter within them, even as they moved into summer's light. Memories of darkness endured, hunger faced, deaths witnessed, and challenges overcome. These shadows weren't simply trauma to be healed, but wisdom to be honored, experiences that had etched the sharp, clear understanding that life's continuation was never guaranteed, but always precious. Sleep now, the final chapter of history awaits. Who live in the modern world with our central heating and electric lights, our grocery stores and antibiotics, our weather forecasts and emergency services, can hardly imagine the winter world of the Vikings. The gap between their experience and ours stretches wider than the 1,000 years that separate us. Yet something of their winter wisdom speaks still, calling across time to remind us of forgotten truths. The archaeological record preserves the physical evidence, tools designed for winter survival, structures built to withstand cold, remains of those who succumbed to winter's challenges. The literary sources transmit the stories, tales of heroic survival, of community endurance, of winter's beauty and terror alike. But the lived experience, the feeling of hunger's gnaw during the lean months, the bone-deep chill that never fully leaves even beside the fire, the psychological weight of darkness that stretches for months. These sensations we can only imperfectly imagine. Perhaps this distance serves a purpose. The comfortable remove allows us to look unflinchingly at what might otherwise be too terrible to face. The stark reality that winter, for the Vikings, was not merely inconvenient, but existential. Each autumn's preparation carried the implicit understanding that failure meant death. Each spring's arrival brought not just relief, but wonder. They had survived again, passed through winter's gauntlet, and emerged, diminished perhaps, but alive. The Norse integrated this reality into their worldview so completely that winter became more than a season. It became a metaphor for life itself, the inevitable cycle of abundance and scarcity, light and darkness, growth and withering, joy and suffering. This rhythm formed the backbone of their cosmology. Ragnarok, the end of their world, would begin with Fimbulwinter, the great winter that would freeze the world before fire consumed it. Yet even this apocalyptic vision contained seeds of hope. After destruction would come renewal, after winter would come a new spring. This perspective offers something valuable to our modern sensibilities. We, who have largely conquered winter's physical threats through technology, might still learn from the Vikings' psychological approach to seasonal darkness and limitation. Their acceptance of winter's necessity, their finding of beauty within its austerity, their community solidarity against its challenges. These responses remain relevant to difficulties we face in different forms. When we examine Viking winter survival closely, we find not just techniques, but philosophy. Not merely how to endure, but how to find meaning in endurance. They understood that certain hardships couldn't be eliminated, but must be integrated, that certain losses couldn't be prevented, but must be honored, that certain challenges couldn't be overcome individually, but required collective response. The longhouse, smoky and crowded, stands as physical embodiment of this philosophy, uncomfortable by modern standards, yet effective on multiple levels. It preserved heat through shared space, maintained community through proximity, enabled resource conservation through centralization, and created the conditions for cultural transmission through nightly storytelling. The discomforts it entailed were accepted as the necessary cost of survival, the individual's comfort subordinated to collective necessity. Archaeological evidence reveals how thoroughly winter shaped Viking material culture. Their tools, clothing, architecture, food preservation methods all demonstrate sophisticated adaptation to winter's challenges. But these adaptations weren't merely practical, they carried aesthetic and spiritual dimensions as well. Winter items weren't just functional but often beautiful, adorned with symbolic decoration that connected practical objects to cosmic understanding. Literary sources reveal how winter shaped their stories and thought. The myths and sagas repeatedly address themes of endurance through darkness, of finding strength in limitation, of maintaining hope against seemingly insurmountable odds. These weren't merely entertaining tales, but psychological tools, narratives that provided models for resilience and frameworks for understanding suffering. As we move further from the direct experience of winter's threats, we risk losing this integrated approach, the understanding that physical survival, social cohesion, psychological resilience, and spiritual meaning were inseparably connected in the Viking response to winter. Our compartmentalized modern perspective, which treats these as separate domains addressed by different specialists, might benefit from their holistic view. The Norse understood something that our energy-abundant, light-saturated modern world sometimes forgets, that darkness and cold, scarcity and limitation aren't simply problems to be solved, but conditions to be integrated into a complete understanding of existence. Winter wasn't the enemy, but the necessary counterbalance to summer's abundance, teaching lessons that comfort never could, lessons of patience, of conservation, of appreciation for what remains when excess is stripped away. Perhaps most valuable is their recognition of winter's transformative potential. Those who survived winter emerged changed, not merely older, but different, shaped by the experience of limitation, darkness, and loss. This transformation wasn't incidental but essential, part of the cycle that made them who they were. The Norse understood that comfort alone doesn't create strength, that abundance alone doesn't create wisdom, that perpetual light doesn't create depth of understanding. As our technological shields against winter's physical threats grow ever stronger, as artificial light pushes back darkness and climate-controlled environments eliminate seasonal discomfort, we might consider what is gained and what is lost in this progression. The Vikings' winter wisdom reminds us that some forms of growth occur only in darkness, some forms of strength develop only against resistance, some forms of community emerge only from shared necessity. This isn't to romanticize suffering or to suggest we should abandon our hard-won comforts, but perhaps we might acknowledge what the Vikings understood through direct experience, that winter's lessons of limitation, patience, conservation, and community resilience remain valuable even when winter itself no longer threatens our survival. In the end, the Viking winter story speaks not just of a specific historical experience, but of the broader human capacity to find meaning in challenge, beauty in austerity, and hope in darkness. Their winter wisdom, preserved in artifacts and stories, offers a valuable reminder that survival involves not just techniques and technologies, but philosophy and perspective, not just continuing to exist, but understanding why existence itself, even in its most difficult seasons, remains precious. As our own uncertain future unfolds, with challenges the Vikings never imagined but would perhaps recognize in their essence, their winter wisdom offers a valuable inheritance, the knowledge that humans have faced darkness before and found their way through to light again, changed but undefeated, bearing the memory of winter, but always turning their faces toward spring. Sleep now. History's cycle continues, and dawn awaits.